Alright, welcome back everyone. So, last time we made it to the southern outpost, but we still haven't talked to Claire yet, so let's go inside, steal some stuff, and I guess recruit a Pegasus Knight. I think that's all we get for now. We need to go further to get more recruits, if I remember correctly. So the southern outpost interior, an old fortress built to defend Sophia's south in the times of war. They're small in scale, its bare construction is extremely effective. Pay you'd fight better if you didn't leave your weapons lying around. This is true. Oh boy, all those actual weapons on the floor, and we choose to grab the rusted shield. Never change, Yoink, Levin Sword get. Nah, trade the Levin Sword, tile's about to be filled up several times over. This is mostly just junk. You know, as opposed to the rusted shield you picked up, right? And a rusted sword. Yeah, we're just grabbing all these rusty weapons instead of the actual working order weapons. Don't mind us. Guess someone had time to clean up before they took off.
Claire!
Lucas! You came to rescue me! Why, how simply gallant of you! Now extricate me from this filthy and unseemly cage at once.
First, looting things. Table and chair a table and chairs for the guards. Those do not look comfortable. Rigel must have taken these weapons from the prisoners. I guess I had to look around to get the key anyway. Although we probably missed the reaction from Claire for trying to open the door without having the key. Hey, Zane.
That should do it.
You there. The boy will offer a lady his hand.
Who, me? Oh, sorry.
Very good. I say, it does feel good to move about again. I thought I might never emerge from that disgusting pigsty. You have my thanks.
This is Alm. He recently joined us in the Deliverance.
Oh! Well, how simply lovely. Welcome! I am Claire. The young man may address me as Lady Claire or Milady.
I forgot that Claire just keeps addressing as though he's not really there. It's like, the young man, yes.
It's a pleasure to meet you, milady.
So, from where do you hail, Alm?
I hail from a little place called Ram Village.
A village? You don't say! One of those places with all the cows and the barns and the fields, yes?
Yeah. Something like that.
My word! I hardly ever speak with villagers. What is it like to chase cows every day? I wager they bite, the nasty creatures. And yet you aren't smothered in manure. This is not what I pictured.
What?
Right.
Claire, perhaps you should consider Alm's feelings in regards to his home.
His... Huh? Oh dear, have I done it again? It's as Clive constantly reminds me. The Deliverance is not like the Knights of Sophia. Not every soldier in our ranks is noble, but we must treat them all as equals. The peasant must forgive his lady for this gauche breach of etiquette.
You were doing this in an Iron Man, or as an Iron Man, and since Kamui died, you couldn't get the trio. Ah. Like, he got bumped off while he was... He has a green unit for that intro part, right? Is that where it happened, or somewhere else?
It's all right. The peasant, whose name is Alm, will get over it.
Oh, I can see you are truly kind. Might I ask you more about your village later? I'm ever so curious.
He went to fight the
course.
boss.
Splendid!
Interesting. Is it because he just happened to get into range? Because it kind of reminds me of the Green Unit woes from the one mission with Jill and Zehark in Radiant Dawn, where they have a tendency to pick fights at things they shouldn't. Even though they're technically defending the tile, they really just shouldn't. In the end, you did just fine and got Jenny to promote super early, but ended up doing the Katria Pala map and got overwhelmed. Surprised just eventually crossed the river and you didn't have the damage. Oof. Unfortunate. That's definitely some seriously far-reaching consequences for Green Unit trolling.
I've always wanted to know more about cows and pigs and such.
Yes, they're amazing creatures. Whew, she's going to be a handful. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Hey, what are you scheming? What? Nothing.
Suddenly random guard.
Thank you for freeing us. I thought my time had come. You're new to the Deliverance, right? Then you'll want to hear this. They say Mother Milla has disappeared from her temple. That's why Rigel was able to break the Divine Accord, which was supposed to prevent them from ever invading Sophia. I don't know how much of it's true, but it's disturbing nonetheless.
Wait, before we talk in here, is anyone in the war room? Nope, guess not.
The school in town that I went to was closed because of the war. At first, I was glad to leave that place, return to the village, and kick back. Then I remembered how little there is to learn inside a small village. I never hated learning, per se. I just hated all the other hellish parts of attending school. The other students would hound me from sun's rise to set. Just a bunch of lonely little children desperate for friends. What? Don't grin at me like that. I mean it.
Wasn't Cliff just judgmental? You also decided it was funny, so even if the trio live, you'll just not recruit them? You were actually liking trying to do stuff without them? But doesn't that mean you're basically going to be trekking the desert and the swamp without any kind of stuff that moves more than 2 tiles?
Home! How are you, buddy? Me? Well, let's just say I'm figuring things out. Lucas keeps talking about kings and politics, but that does little for me. I'm actually just in it for the gold. I have a family to feed after all. Well, that and I'm not about to let you outshine me. Hey, don't look at me like that. You don't know what you're up against.
Well, at least Tobin's honest. Yeah, I don't think there's... Although I guess there's another one for just coming right back in. Because now we got Faye hanging out. Although I would have assumed there was something to talk to Lucas about, but I guess not here. Valvar doesn't help you after the one Archer Fort map, and Kamui is one of the 8 Myrmidons. Leon is the useful one coming in with an iron bow. Fair, although I guess I mistook that when you were talking about getting pushed back at the river on like Katria and Pella map. I thought you meant you were just gonna not recruit them.
The school in town that I went to was closed because of the war.
I guess it's the same. Alright, I guess Quest's just gonna repeat himself.
What?
Are you used to all this fighting yet, Om? You always were.
Okay, and this is the same as the Mila Shrine. So it is a little bit awkward to get the repeat conversations, but I can forgive that. I guess with 12 speed, the 3 weight's hardly an object for the lightning sword, so... Looks like Cliff gets to run around zapping things for now, and then I guess we'll probably be trading it between him and Alm too, but... Alm's got so much attack that... I'm not sure how often he's really gonna need it. We'll see though. You are gonna recruit Pal and Ketria for sure. Okay, makes sense. Just me misreading then. Alright, this map. You know, so many of these guided maps are just like, hey, you know what would be cool if 3/4 of it is plains and technically irrelevant? I guess we'll just bait them with Alm. He's got enough defense that he just kind of doesn't care. Yeah, none of the enemies here can damage him at all. Thanks in part to the leather shield, but still, 9 base defense is still pretty good. Oof, that 7 speed there is unclear. It's a little oof because the Iron Lance is... Oh wait, the Iron Lance has no weight. Forgot the iron weapons have no weight in this game, which is kind of weird. Not gonna lie. So I guess that helps. Yeah, definitely can't be quite as reckless with Cliff. Well, these guys 5 hit KO him. I guess we've also got physics, so yeah, I think we shouldn't have too much trouble here, even if we do want to be a bit aggressive. I keep trying to go left and right for saving because of the other 3DS games. Or I guess a lot of Fire Emblems in general are horizontal movement for the menu. Iron Bow you think has one? I guess that kind of makes sense, helps balance out the fact that bows are kind of bonkers. General opinions on the game, how's it compared to the other FEs? It's same impression as I said previously, which is the old mechanics and map design. It definitely shows how dated it is. There's a lot of stuff that's not really good about the gameplay, but the presentation, story-wise, pretty fantastic. Like, even just the banter between Om's group is pretty great.
I've got this. Just say the word.
Allow me.
Come at me, fools! Stand back.
It is actually legitimately funny how tanky Faye is for being a healer right now.
Nothing will stop me. Just leave it to me.
Which, it's like, poor Silk, she's just so fragile by comparison. I never want to put her in range of anything. Quite the rush. I didn't really expect the whole of them to aggro, considering what happened with the fort, but really, it kinda doesn't matter if we just put Alm up here. These guys are starting to double Lucas. Well, fortunately, he has enough defense that it kind of doesn't matter. Like, he'll get a bit beaten up, but it's nothing that Faye can't heal off. So I'll use him to move some of the enemies back to try to make it so doesn't just hog all the experience.
You can't touch me.
It's my turn now. Well,
Oof. When the enemy lives your crit. Granted, I guess part of that's because I gave the Iron Lance to Claire over Lucas.
You can't touch me. Die! No! How's that? Whoa! I feel light as a feather.
It's Tobin is not getting attacked though, which I guess is consistent with my experience with him as a Cavalier, so I guess Tobin just doesn't like gaining attack in general.
I'll never yield.
Actually, that's another thing, because I made Faye my Pegasus, or a Pegasus Knight last time. That's another thing that, like, she kind of overshadows Claire with, is that she was able to fight a little more aggressively due to being more durable. On the other hand, she stopped being able to double things very, very quickly. Whereas Claire generally could, I think.
Not even close.
Just a convoy of enemies trying to run back for supplies.
There we go.
Really? I'm over Lucas. That's kind of weird.
You can't touch me. Not even close.
Tobin's technically a higher level, but Cliff clearly has the stats.
Who do you think I am? Everything seems so much clearer.
Very nice. Like, see, Cliff is just popping off. And to think everyone swapped their canon quote-unquote classes around as a joke. Like, Cliff's
I can tell I'm getting stronger.
Cliff's doing it well. Man, I mean, I guess I can't say no to durability, but for these are kind of slow levels. Not a fan.
On your knees.
Really?
A glorious victory.
Okay then. Claire trying to open up with a bang.
You can't touch me.
I mean, it's hard to say. I don't know if there's anything I can really call, like, the best overall. I would definitely rate Awakening one of my favorites, but it's got its own issues too. The archer accuracy in here definitely does drive me a little bit batty. Nice. With that 70.
Shall we then? I know. I'm simply terrible. You'd better heal.
Wait, was that Faye expressing concern for someone other than Om? Yeah, Awakening does have, I mean, can have a bit of a rushdown problem. They clearly lean into the design where, or like it's like they know that a lot of people are starting to play Fire Emblem as just like Juggernaut it with an enemy phase, so they almost kind of leaned into it there. The enemies do kind of come in waves, but it's, they aggro fairly quickly, for the most part. Story's great except for the Walmart arc. That is a little bit rushed, yeah. Because really the material from that could basically be its own arc, or like a full story, game story on its own, but it was a side arc for Chrome instead for whatever reason. Deciding on which of the 3DS FEs you should play again, so it's between Awakening Fates and this. I guess the question is, what kind of gameplay are you in the mood for? Well, eventually that arch is gonna come back out.
Nothing will stop me.
I think. Or maybe he's decided that he lives there in that fort now. Well, he's definitely not coming out this turn. Although I wonder if maybe it's because he deals 1 damage to it might be influencing the AI a bit. Yeah, he might just decide he doesn't want to fight because of the 1 damage. Alright, let's put Clef in range then. Oh wow, Silk finally got a level with more than 1 stat point. It's amazing. There we go, yeah, we just had to bring Cliff out, I guess. Well, we'll see if Faye leaves. Nope. I was about to say she did leave it for Claire, but no, she definitely crit that guy and obliterated him.
It's nice to get stronger. A stunning victory for a stunning lady.
You might do hard with no Robin or Crom usage. That's gonna make chapter 23 kind of weird though. Because if you don't level them at all, yeah, even a wimpy level 1 Valadar is gonna outstat you.
Claire, you're safe.
Oh, good day, Fernand. And what brings you here?
Need you even ask? When I heard you had been taken prisoner, I mounted my finest destrier and sped here at once. Sir Clive couldn't leave the hideout without its commander, of course. But I see I am a step behind regardless. Who is this rabble?
Are you talking about us?
They are not rabble, Fernand. This boy is Alm. He is the grandson of Sir Myson himself.
Myson's grandson? Lucas, I demand to know the meaning of this. You were ordered to find the general himself, not some mewling child.
Sadly, Sir Myson was not so easily convinced. However, Alm and his friends have joined our cause in his stead.
Is this some manner of folly to you, Lucas? Am I to be amused? Such base-born curs cannot possibly aid our cause. The Deliverance has no place for brats with pitchforks.
Fernand, you must listen to reason. These curs you so easily disparage fought valiantly for us. In fact, without Alm, we might not have retaken the southern outpost. I can vouch for their strength.
As if the word of a backwater noble carries weight with me. Your entire house should be kissing the Knights of Sophia's feet.
I think that's enough. You can say whatever nasty things about me you like. I'll get over it. But Lucas deserves your respect.
I beg your pardon? Do I look like a man who listens to the opinions of peasants?
Then you
Obviously
can listen to
not.
me, because I happen to agree with him. Fernand, my brother already explained this to you, did he not?
Sir Clive, what exactly did he explain?
A soldier's worth is not determined by the station of his birth. If we do not all fight together as one, then we will never defeat Desay. Those are wise words. Unforgettable words. Desay's forces already have us at heel. Yet you would splinter us further?
You there, boy.
That's me, I take it?
Out of respect for Sir Clive, I will permit you to join the Deliverance. But you will learn your place. Now, Claire, seeing as you are safe, you have no need for these people. Come, let us return. We must report this matter to Sir Clive at once.
I will do no such thing. I'm going with Alm.
Very well. Do as you please.
Wow, what a jerk!
Oh, Fernand really doesn't give a good first impression, even though, like, he does have reasons for being the way he is. It's a little unfortunate that they hide it behind the DLC. It's the point that you get outstabbed by Baldur. Okay. I mean, I guess there are technically ways around it. But a normal approach, like, you're not gonna win that fight if you're trying to take down Valadar there.
I've never met someone so rude. I guess we've been spoiled by Lucas. He nearly convinced me that swinish knights are the exception, not the rule. But that was a swine, all right.
You poor dears must be so upset. I apologize for the way he treated you.
Don't be silly. You don't have to lower yourself for a miserable human being like that.
Oh my.
Oh, great. Here we go. What? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, regardless, please don't think ill of Fernand. He wasn't always like this. The world changed him.
Did something happen to him?
We live in trying times.
And it makes sense that Claire doesn't say anything here, but could have done a little more to try to make him sympathetic to prove her point, I guess.
And some things that transpire are difficult to put into words. In any case, we should be on our way.
I keep forgetting to read the battlefield descriptions. Southern Sophia 1. Oh good, we're numbering them. The southern end of the vast South Sophia Plains. A long road to Sophia Castle winds through its emerald hills. The second battle of Southern Sophia. Oh yes, this map too. Better get used to seeing this one. Wait, aren't there other enemies? Yeah, there they are. At least you can look at it this way. Your Faye has 12 attack instead of her base 8 attack. And she's a level 1 cleric instead of a level 7 cleric. Ah.
I've got this. Allow me. Come at me, fools! Stand back.
Just leave it to me.
Just say the word.
The mother walks with me. Nothing will stop me.
Not even close! You can't touch me!
Blair's noodle arms are definitely in a problem.
Force my hand. A glorious
It's like, even just setting kills up for her is kinda eh.
I can read our foes like a book.
But she did get speed. But eventually, once we actually have the gear, we'll be able to compensate by giving up some speed, I suppose.
Not even close! All right. This is my strength.
Well, Alm fights enough that that's probably gonna happen more than I'd like. But oh man, missing that 89. Nice.
Never count Tobin out.
I guess we got a ton of range, and then Claire, so... These enemies are about to find out that they picked the wrong neighborhood to invade. And we get the slowdown knockout for the generic Knight Commander, or Cavalier Commander.
Definitely feel stronger.
Kinda weird. Tobin is running into a point where he's actually not fast enough to double the stuff anymore. I think these guys just like targeting Om in general. Because even though he's very sturdy, they seem to like picking fights with him. Which I guess could be the AI maybe programmed to just try to take out your commander, but I don't think that strategy is working very well for them. Hey, Math Magician. You missed Claire being Claire and Fernand being an ass. Otherwise, it's just been generic fights so far.
I hope you were all watching.
I can handle it. Give it up.
That guy's gonna camp the supplies, of course. Like, I guess technically it's more experience for us, but it's also kind of annoying.
Allow me.
Well, Claire's pretty squishy, so whenever this guy's done healing, he should come fight her pretty much immediately. Unlike where that archer decided not to leave because I guess he couldn't deal enough damage to Om. go after can't counter and lowest defense. You just thought it was because there was only 2 units that could attack. I suppose. But Lucas would get doubled for more damage, but I guess it was probably also turn order for enemies since they seem to do unitless order again, I guess, for movement. Okay then.
Have some of this.
Well, okay then. Not feeding it to Claire.
They never stood a chance.
Tobin taking names.
Well fought, everyone.
Although not as much as Cliff.
The Deliverance's hideout is just a stone's throw away now. I'll send a messenger ahead to inform Sir Clive of our arrival. Let us make haste. I'm sure he'll be quite eager to meet you.
It really is nice to have fairly quick battles, though. The Deliverance Hideout, a vast underground cemetery carved out of the earth. Within commoners' graves lie next to those of nobles and even Sophian royalty. That's kind of odd.
Not so fast.
Especially given that the royalty fell into thinking it's that much better. Even like with Fernand, you kind of get the nobility thinking they're generally better too. So burying common folk in here seems a little odd.
Where do you think you're going? Don't you know whose halls this is?
Huh? But I thought this was the...
That's enough, Python. There's no call to play at trickery with our new recruits.
Lucas, you ginger stud. You still draw breath. I was worried Desai's dogs might have punched your ticket to the boneyard. So this sack of guts here must be Sir Grandson.
Yes, he's the one. Is Sir Clive about?
Yep, better shake your tail feathers. He's been waiting for you. Oh, hey, kid. I almost forgot.
Huh? What is it?
Terrors roam these halls. You'd best tread carefully.
Terrors? What are monsters like those doing in your hideout?
Well, to be fair, they technically got here first. We're just sort of borrowing their catacombs. Plus, terrors spawn in greater numbers the closer you get to Milla's power. Counting them down only makes room for new ones, so we just let them be.
It's an interesting point. The closer you get to Milla's power, zombies. Huh. There he is now, the MVP, most valued Python. Clearly.
Why the long face, stud? Don't think you can handle a few creepy crawlies? 'Cause if not, I don't know how you're planning to fight for the Deliverance. I'm just japing ya. Get going, yeah? Oh, and hold your nose. Terrors stink.
Great. Their hideout is guarded by an army of the dead.
I forgot Python has this much wit to him. Because, the last time I was really reminded about him was with them adding him to Heroes, and his Heroes incarnation just is kind of more lazy than anything. I can't see what's ahead, but the corridor seems to go on for a while. No free loot. Wait. Is that... Oh, that's just a brick.
Come on. Sir Clive's in the chamber way in the back.
I guess I should have done this earlier, because it lets us put the more durable ones closer to the front. Granted, on the overworld it matters a lot less, because you can just freely rearrange. Personally, you have a good feeling about what's at the end of Corridor. What, a Cavalier with next to no growth rate?
These sprawling catacombs were built as a resting place for Sophia's most distinguished families. But now, their halls are clogged with the stench of the...
Yes, compared to the actual soldiers, 7 defense,
Nothing will stop me.
or 7 attack and 2 defense.
Allow me.
Just say the word.
I've got this. Stand back. Come at me, fools!
Just leave it to me. The mother walks with me.
That was close.
A palpable improvement.
Well, he got hit points to the first time in what, 4 levels? Give or take? Ooh. Night class access. It's a shame we have to get to the end of here in order to promote him. I guess, or we could leave and walk all the way back to the Bandit Shrine. Seems a little silly.
You deserve to lose.
Yeah, I guess these guys have a ton of hit points too. So maybe they can bullet sponge.
This one's mine. Never count Tobin out. Whoa! I feel light as a feather.
Now I must contribute.
These 2-point level ups. Simply amazing.
Force my hand. I expected as much.
Ah, not quite. Ah, doubling now.
Well, look at me go! I think I'm having a moment.
A moment of no speed, apparently.
What's wrong?
There we go. Now we gotta level up for Claire. Ooh, attack! Nice!
Upon me. I feel the light of Milla's blessing.
Okay, well I guess Silk's trying to make up for those bad levels now. See how long that lasts.
Too late.
Obligatory, completely necessary crit. Yeah, archers counter in melee. Which is, kind of odd, I guess. Getting basically free quest counter.
Invigorating.
They do have a bit of an issue with
The
accuracy, but
stench of the dead. Rotten corpses who have risen again as terrors.
I mean, it's a little bit hard to complain when their base range is 3, and equipping a bow gives them 4 range. And speaking of re-equipping things, so sorry I forgot to say hi, Brad, and some annoying person. It really is weird though, like there's so many weapons lying around, and we can't pick them up. What we'd rather pick up is the rusted gear. Because reasons. Aha. I think I'd rather have the iron bow for now. Still weight 2. But I think it was... Yeah, steel bow has 65 hit, which is kind of unattractive for one entire whole extra might. Which I guess becomes 3 more might against flyers, but it's hard to justify against 10 extra hit. Wonder which room this one came out of. They're all arrested, but not completely arrested. Oof. I mean, I guess I kind of believe it, considering the kind of army the Deliverance is. There are only two kinds of bows that lack access to one-range attacks. One of which is only available through the DLC. I see. I must not have that DLC. Honestly, keep him with the steel, get the art, and then use the art on Python. I mean, I might swap that back after, but for now I want Gray to be able to actually hit stuff for experience.
I've got this. Not even close.
I think he's actually fast enough with the iron bow to double the right side tears too.
Nothing will stop me.
Stand back. This is the part that hurts. Holmes got nothing on me.
These Dawn beats Tobin, I don't know if it actually hurts that much.
Allow me.
That was close.
Force my hand. I expected as much.
Ray, doubling.
Just say the word.
You watching? Yeah.
Who do you think I
Man,
am?
so many low percent crits.
Yep, I definitely feel stronger.
Also, once again, Cliff popping off. Almost as durable as Om in terms of defense. I guess Om and Lucas at this point, because Lucas and Om are just a little bit ahead. Kind of weird to think about.
Just leave it to me. I'm getting better at reading the enemy.
Skill defense, huh?
The mother walks with me.
Too bad this isn't a game that actually has skill improve the hit rate of magic. Forever stuck at 60 NOS accuracy. Oh, it's a Rise of the Deliverance bow? I must just not remember it then, because I'm pretty sure I did that one. But I don't remember having a bow that has no one range in there.
You brute! May I? I hope you were all watching.
Well, I guess she had that smug face for a reason, because she was about to obliterate him.
They never stood a chance.
These enemies on these maps really do have incredible hearing, though. 'Cause they seem to home in as soon as I start smashing things, which, to be fair, would be pretty loud, but... I don't think they'd find me with quite that precision. Did this... This was an empty corridor. Did this zombie, or this... Yeah, the zombie terrors just add through the wall? I think they just added through the wall.
Allow me. Just say the word.
Just leave it to me.
I could attack it. It's not like Faye's so squishy that even being swarmed by two of them, because the third one's gonna be body blocked unless she crits. In which case, who cares? Because she just crit with Nos? I guess it could technically be 3 if we don't kill this one and then it chases her down, but still. Like, 6 damage. Whatever.
Thank you. Nothing will stop me.
I've got this. Come at me, fools! Stand back.
The mother walks.
I do want to hide Soap though, because she is very, very squishy with that whole 2 defense. Python's bow, you recall there being one particular ridiculous example in this dungeon, huh? Well, I guess we'll find out. Why do these random monsters have 41 hit points? Because that's where all their stats went. They dumped every single other stat for it, I guess. Because actually, the Revenants that show up in Awakening are kind of the same way. They just got nothing but hit points. So 50 hit points and basically no ability to fight back. Oh, we're body blocking the Bone Walker now, aren't we? I should have moved Alm up an extra tile.
Thought you were clever, did you? Not even close. That should do it.
Alright, you do whatever, Alm.
On your knees. I
Yeah.
can read our foes like a book.
It's a testament to Claire's noodle arms. Oh wait, the ones that attacking Faye only have a 7 attack. Well, sucks to be them, I guess.
No thank you required.
And now!
Hey Ken, thanks for the resub. 57 months. Pure madness. They're already dead, so good luck making them dead again. I mean, it's pretty easy to make them dead again, but apparently they just keep coming back because, Milla. Which, you know, seems a little suspicious. Tinking the cleric, exactly. Way too thick, apparently. Actually, that's impressive. This guy's got enough defense that he survived a crit from Mom.
How's that?
Force my hand. Wrong move.
Faye is going murder mode.
You're better than
Or I guess
thought.
re-murder mode? Granted, she's not the only one on the team throwing around
Good fight.
low percent crits like they're nothing, but still. They're extra pronounced when it's the cleric with 60 base hit rate landing those crits as well. Good night, Triscuits are the best. Alright, good night, Ken. Thanks for popping by. And enjoy your Triscuits.
A stunning victory. I may have pushed myself too hard.
Hey Claire, I hear you like flower. Oh, I guess I didn't need to actually equip it. I hear you like flower.
What pig slop is this?
Yes. Skill granted by the Sage class. What, to bring terrors to the land? Yeah, so we obviously didn't pull this guy into the fight, so I swear we pulled the guy through the wall here, so... The guy that was in this room. Nice programming, IS. I wonder if smashing these are gonna piss off that Bone Walker that we left alone. Yeah, I heard footsteps. Something's moving. How much do you want to bet it's trying to get at us through the wall right now? Oh, what's wrong? Can't leave your zone? Yeah, he can't. You can't go through the door. It's too scary for the undead. Smashing crates is very base. Good dungeon design. Hey, if it gives me money, I'll let it slide. Forgot how drawn out these dungeons can get. It's not even Thebes. This is just like a basic dungeon. It's a good thing these fights are relatively quick. He's crying. I'm sorry, Mr. Bonewalker, but, you know.
I've got this.
We just can't let you keep doing the things. Only we can commit murder and get away with it.
Just say the word.
Hey! Fine. Hup.
Excellent work.
I like how Cliff is still critting with the weapon that gives him -10 crit.
Stand back. You can't touch me. Come at me, fools.
Allow me.
Thought you were clever, did you?
Nothing will stop me. May I hope you were all watching.
These Valentian girls, they always hope you're watching.
Just leave it to me. The mother walks with me.
Nice! Real smooth, Tobin. And Gray. Clearly impeccable.
Better than you expected?
So Tobin missed an 80, an 80, and an 85. Real smooth.
Shall we then?
I'm actually...
Nothing will
I
stop
was gonna
me.
give this to Claire, but I'm gonna give it to Lucas. Well, I guess the flower didn't last very long with Claire. Probably surprising no one.
Hey, you Claire. How's tricks?
Salutations, Gray. I fare passably well, if that's what you're asking.
Well, the other way is to raise them with support bonuses to hit. Yeah, notice that. Or, oh, there's one skill in the game that available to players. improves magic hit rates. So I guess it's supposed to be the incentive to train up male magic users.
Still, a shame you are not Ulm. A visit from him would have lifted my spirits.
Ouch. Tell me how you really feel. But then again, roses with thorns are the ones I enjoy tending best.
And does the budding gardener think cajolery makes the flowers grow?
Cajo? I don't know that word.
You have no shame, Gray. And I have no time for empty words. Now if you will excuse me.
What? Wait! Sheesh, man. What's her problem?
She's just not much of a flirt, Gray. Come on, take a hint.
Well, no thank you required.
Ooh.
A palpable improvement.
Also, improving to 3 luck
Was
is...
invigorating.
Good job, Lucas. Good job. Sophisticate. Okay.
I may have pushed myself too hard. What pig slop is this?
I'm terrible, but it's too funny to hear that line. Yes. Those medieval automatic doorways. Don't hear footsteps, so I guess there's just no monsters in this region. I thought I heard something. Or maybe they just didn't come out because this brick wall was in the way. No, not with this room, anyway. Things we do for silver marks. Maybe one day he'll have 4 luck. Nah, that's going too far. Tobin and Python also have good quotes for food they dislike. I'll have to remember that then. Yeah, I guess maybe I was just imagining things. So I think that's about it. I wish there was an overall larger map. But I don't think there's... At least I'm not finding a button that shows. But I think we've explored everything. So I'll just move on.
Claire!
Brother!
Should hear Tobin and Quest neutral food quest, so they're similar. I'm sure we will eventually, since there are quite a few dungeons. Hey, Tasty Bond.
It gladdens me to see you safe. I couldn't bear to lose you, on top of everything else we have sacrificed.
You look so pale, Clive. Forgive me. You must have been worried sick. But I'm all right. Alm and the others arrived before true ill could befall me.
And you must be Alm. I've been looking forward to this meeting.
Yes, sir.
Please, be at ease. Such formalities are not required here. You saved the life of my dear sister. This makes you a friend. My name is Clive, and as you must already know, I lead the Deliverance. It's good to meet you, Alm.
Likewise, Clive.
I can't believe it. That's the Clive, in the flesh and everything. What? Is he famous or something? Tobin, I am sorely disappointed in you. Sir Clive captains the Knights of Sophia. He's the finest knight in all the realm.
Actually, I'm pretty sure that's Matilda. But you're close, Gray. Mr. Benchwarmer has appeared. Indeed. Although we will be using him for a bit, since we'll have the slots open, but yeah... I still remember Clive from last time. And not in a good way.
Seriously, man, read a book. Okay, he's clearly a big deal. But then why is the finest knight in all the realm losing the war? Well, he's obviously... I mean, he... Shut up, Tobin.
How have we been faring, Clive?
Not well, I fear. We lost many good men when the Outpost fell. Too many. The morale of our troops has taken an ill turn in kind. I was hoping to present Sir Myson to them to reignite their courage, but...
Please, don't judge my grandfather. I know he had his reasons, even if I don't know what they are. But I promise you that I'll fight every bit as hard as he would have, or harder. I just don't want you to think that... I mean, he's not...
Peace, Alm. I understand. None here would dare think your grandfather craven. That being said, I would beg a boon of you. The same one I was hoping to ask of Sir Myson, in fact.
Please, go on. If it's within my power, I'll do it.
Then I shall state it plain. I would like you to become the new leader of the Deliverance.
What? I mean, what? I'm not a leader?
I'd like you to become my figurehead.
Clive, have you taken leave of your senses? This needs to happen, Fernand. You know it as well as I. It's true the Deliverance began as a group of like-minded Sophian knights, but it's grown into an army where most of our volunteers are of common birth. We share a cause, but little else. I know not how to speak to their hearts. Sir Myson began as a common soldier before rising to a knight and a count. His story resonates with these people. Do you not agree that his grandson is just the banner they would rally to?
What fool would agree with that? If some ungrateful peasant won't heed your command, you sweep him aside.
Think, Fernand. Are we so flush with soldiers that we can afford to drive able men away?
I, for one, think it's a fine idea.
You too?
Knights don't have a monopoly on skill, and Alm is as able a fighter as any. Clive has done all he can to hold the Deliverance together thus far. But if our ship is astray, then we must chart a new course. Alm is that course.
I'll rip that traitorous tongue from your throat!
Then you'll finally have the truth in your grasp.
Oh, yes. Lucas with the bombshell. I can't believe I forgot about that exchange. So you're not a leader, kid? How do you think you ended up with your own amiibo? By being a figurehead? What a response. I know, right? Like, this... His dialogue is so good sometimes. Well, most of the time, but even knowing it's good, it surprises me again. Yeah, morale is vital to winning battles. It's very clear that Fernand is letting his biases get in the way. It's like he's been around enough long enough that he should know how leadership works, but he's no longer willing to play that game, which is kind of bad. He really shouldn't be an officer if he's not willing to live up to his duties.
I lost friends at the southern outpost. Veteran men, yet dead all the same. We must adapt so we might end this war as quickly as possible.
Please, just hold on a second. I know I said I would do anything in my power, but I can't...
I understand what you can and cannot do, Arm. My lieutenants and I would continue to handle day-to-day affairs. We only need you to do one thing. Lead. You would be inspiring the troops and revitalizing the army. You are Sir Myson's grandson. I know you to be capable of such.
I'm not so sure.
Please, for me, for all of us. My brother tries to hide it, but I know the anxiety takes a toll on him. You can relieve him of at least a portion of that burden.
I want to, but... All right. If you think me worthy, then I won't let you down.
Are you certain? Then thank you, Alm. Thank you.
Just... please, keep your expectations low.
That's not the kind of sentence you want to follow that up with,
As you wish.
This could change everything. The boy will make a splendid leader. Simply splendid.
Without a doubt.
I've heard enough of this idiocy.
Fernand, what...
I only joined this damned army because you were leading it. And now you want me to take orders from some wretched farm child?
This is no mere farm child, Fernand. He has Sir Myson's blood.
Myson? Pah! Damn him and his blood. They may sing of him as a hero, but no one even knows what wench the man sprang from. His entire story is a disgrace to the Sophian nobility. You need to invoke the name of that old man to control your men? Pathetic. Enough! I lost my taste for this long ago. We were supposed to be a band of noble knights, united in purpose. Upholding a tradition, restoring the old order to Sophia. Now, the Deliverance is full of base-born serfs trying to lord over us. Like your Lieutenant Forsyth, or that Python, true to his name he is.
Both of them have proven themselves on the battlefield time and again. Are you suggesting I deny my men fair reward for their achievements? What incentive would they have then? The damned army wouldn't function. Hear me, Fernand. Hear me well. I know you have your reasons for closing your heart to the common folk. But please, for the sake of our ideals, you must think beyond them.
No, Clive. I will not. I would rather die than kneel to some whelp who was birthed in the hay. Today, we part ways for good and all. I am finished with you and your deliverance. Farewell.
Fernand, wait!
Clive, shouldn't you go after him?
Lucas wrecked him too hard.
No. I knew this was coming. We've had no shortage of clashes lately. I cannot force him to see things as I do. So, well, perhaps it's better this way.
Clive, I know it's not much in the way of comfort, but I'll do my best.
Thank you, Alm. We shall march on Sophia Castle just as soon as you feel we are prepared. I suppose you must still have many questions about the Deliverance. Feel free to ask around to any of the soldiers here.
Hooray! We have... Actually, I guess we're getting Python and Forsyth, so it's just like, hi Clive, bye Clive. Yeah, those bases are just... what? Sad times for Clive.
We've received word that Emperor Rudolph's nephew is visiting Sophia Castle. Not only is the lad a general, but he's also first in line to the Regalian throne. That's due to the Emperor not having children of his own, you see. Anyway, he's said to be tough as nails. I sure hope I don't have to face him.
Greetings, friends. The Deliverance welcomes you. I am Forsyth, Sir Clive's lieutenant and advisor. Together, let us take back the castle and return Sophia to her people.
It is kind of weird. For a lot of these recruitments, it's like, why ask? Just give them to me, straight up. He's surprising when you get a normal because he actually tanks and doubles and has mobility, and that's all he needs for the next map since he hits high might levels. Huh. Yeah, I guess shame that doesn't hold up on hard. Not that he can't do stuff because enemy stats are kind of low, but he's just not impressive.
Sir Clive's lover, Lady Matilda, used to fight by his side in the Knights of Sophia. She was every inch as strong as him and clever as an old cat to boot.
Every inch as strong as him. Right, you mean twice as strong as him.
But Desai took her captive and now keeps her locked up in his fortress. He's made many attempts to use her as leverage to force our surrender. But still, Sir Clive refuses to submit. One day Desai will tire of these games, and then she'll be in peril most dire. Knowing this, Sir Clive grows less bold as the days pass. Who can blame him?
Fernand's hatred for commoners is understandable. The peasants living on his lands were starving because of the drought. They blamed Fernand for not providing for them and stormed his manor. His family died during the attack. Truly, a terrible thing.
Okay, I guess random ally soldier tells us a little bit about it. It's not quite the same as the Rise of the Deliverance journey, though. Plus 9 hit points. You know, just in case you were wondering how far behind he was.
Whatever it takes to see the task through.
Actually, Forsyth is another soldier with low luck. So the game just likes that, huh? Defense and attack. That one's a little hard to decide on. Maybe... Maybe a defense to and then an attack to each of Tobin and Claire. Yay, money. Two defense and one attack to Faye. Seems legit. Maybe next time.
Heading off, are we? Well, take care. Don't let the terrors bite. Huh? Am I coming with you? Well, I could, but I don't have to. How's about I just let you decide?
I guess it makes a little bit of sense to have it be a choice with Python. Just cause he's kinda like that lazy guy.
Onward to Sophia Castle. We must wrest the castle from the Chancellor's grasp. Lead us well, Alm.
I'll do my best.
Actually, I think we can still deploy Clive here, too. It's just that in dungeons, he won't get to do anything. Yeah, Python has 3 skill, oof. Not that Gray's that much higher. Alright, I guess we'll swap Gray to the steel bow now. So I think Python's gonna be suffering and hit more. In general, neither of them are very fast. I'm sure that won't become a problem at all. Alright, I'm gonna refill my drink real quick and then we'll go fight the Desay fight. I seem to recall it being a little bit lengthier. And no, not because of Desay himself. I'm not gonna farm that out. Yeah, the 2 springs have 3 uses and it shares. So I basically had to pick the distribution, which... With the speed shrine, or speed hit points one, it was super easy, because speed is very, very strong as a stat, but I'd say the attack and defense are a little bit more equal. Don't want the free Draco shield. I mean, it's not exactly free if I have to spend at least 30 minutes farming down his hit points. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Also, hi Yoshi. Okay, Sophia Castle, the heart of the Kingdom of Sophia. A sprawling city stands within its walls. Its construction and decor are the height of decadence. So that's what happened to all of our tax money. Jerks. Oh, we get the Berkut FMV here, don't we?
I wonder who built this throne. It is marvelously comfortable. Why did I let it be wasted on that incompetent fool Lima for so long? Soon, the Regalian Empire will finish its conquest of Valentia. And then I will rule from this throne as King of Sofia. But first, I must crush those worms in the rebel army. And worms they are. You squash the blasted things into the muck, yet still more take their place. And now they dare march on the castle? They will pay for this insult in blood. I must know what or who gave them this second wind.
Forgive me, Chancellor to say. We've captured a rebel in the forest. It's Fernand, sir.
What? But Fernand is Clive's right-hand man. Why would he be wandering the woods without a detachment?
March, prisoner! Unhand me! I have cleansed myself of those rebel scum.
What's this? Am I to believe you have left your precious Deliverance?
Deliverance?
Yes, well, it seems you have a story to tell. My ears are yours, Sir Fernand. What? Myson's grandson?
Indeed. Clive has thrown all of our ideals at the feet of the unworthy. He's made the boy a figurehead just to leverage some decrepit hero's name. Well, I say, damn them all. There. You have my story. Now kill me and be done with it.
But this doesn't make sense. Myson didn't have any. Ah. Now I see this for what it is. Rodolph, you villainous dastard.
Wait, how does the Say have this knowledge? Like, I can't see Rudolph giving him any hint at it. So that's kind of curious. This guy sounds oddly like Hanneman, more growly but the same intonations. I mean, how much do you want to bet it's the same voice actor?
Huh? Silence. When I address you, you'll know it. I have decided your fate, Fernand. Killing you would be wasteful. Come with me. I will introduce you to your new master. A master more befitting of your ideals.
New master? Wait! Explain yourself!
Anyway, could be. I almost want to look it up. But recruit FMB. Bingo
Sophia
boys.
Castle.
Hello,
Finally here.
hello, light and insane. Wait, what are we? What did I miss? Because was there... There's not a Berkut Square on here, is there? Or are you just talking about bingo in general? Actually, I guess I did technically give Claire Fuchi hates, so I should... should knock that one. Oh, I guess detained Draco Shield's on here. I guess we're going for the Draco Shield then. Oops, that's a Death Knight token. Here's my next Chrome token. What item did I give Clive? I didn't give Clive anything. He still has his steel lance. I did, however, give Claire flour to eat.
Thanks to you, Alm. You should hold your head high as you command us on this great day.
It will be a great day, won't it? Fellow soldiers, fight with me! Today, Sophia's people reclaim her castle and her pride!
So this is the so-called Deliverance. What a disheveled herd of clodhoppers.
I couldn't agree more. Find a comfortable seat, Lord Berkut. The Empire's finest general need not trouble himself with such rabble. You may watch from on high, as my finest troops cut them down like wheat.
I may just take you up on that offer. Shall we, Renea?
I have no desire to see such bloodshed. War is horrible, and I will make no spectacle of it.
I jest, my dear.
Forgive me. I must take my leave.
Yes, of course. I trust the Draco shield I lent will add to your already considerable strength.
It is a fine gift, my lord. You honor me.
You, knight. Fernand, was it?
Yes, my lord.
You said the name of the Deliverance's new leader is Alm, correct? And that he is of common birth? There is no mistake in this.
None, my lord. Clive and the other fools believe he is Myson's grandson.
What nonsense. One is born either noble or common. This destiny cannot be changed. Has a sheep any hope of leading wolves? No.
Fernand has the hots for Berkut now. you love Fernand's character arc. It's too bad it's kind of just the tail end of it, since the lead-in is Walk Behind Rise of the Deliverance. It's you spell it as Ferdinand, but I mean, I got what you were getting at. Although Ferdinand does have a pretty good arc himself too. Wait, you recommend keeping Clive with the Steel Lance? I mean, I'm probably not taking it away from him, but it's a curious request. Ferdinand Von Pyre. I like Von Pyre. That's got a good ring to it.
Yes, exactly. Truer words were never spoken, Lord Berkut.
Still, I am surprised at Sir Clive. Tales of his exploits have spread as far as Rigel. How could so celebrated a leader make so amateur a mistake? The Deliverance has no future now. All of Sophia will soon belong to the Empire. Renea,
Yes, Lord Berkut?
I have a promise to make you, my dear. I will succeed His Majesty Rudolph and become the next Emperor. I shall rule over the Valentian continent as I was meant to. And you shall be my Empress. Does this please you?
I do not have words.
It has begun. I pray this Alm fellow makes the battle at least halfway entertaining.
Okay, I don't remember what Desay's stats are, so we're gonna have to... Let's see. Come on. Okay. Halves damage from bows, right? Which, I mean, he's got 33 defense. How does that even matter against me here? So yeah, we need to... basically be hitting him every turn with our ranged weapons. Like, all 6 hits, I guess. And I guess we could maybe lure him into a position where we hit him with... some magic. But he does have 24 attack, and I'm gonna probably lure him into the corner with bombs, so... There's gonna be a limit to how much I attack him with the mages, because I'm probably gonna be using the healers on I guess unless I find a way to get onto the supplies in a way that doesn't allow to say onto them. Which could happen. Actually, I'll probably have to block him regardless, because he'll run back to heal. So we just have to make sure not to kill Slade, if I remember correctly. This guy with no promotions was... no promotions yet was fun. Yeah, I don't think being promoted at all would do anything against 33 defense and 20 res. Like, I'm pretty sure you could be 3rd tier and still not deal damage to him. You'd be able to just fan Python since no one else could engage, which means 4 damage per turn, excluding crits. Yeah, he regens 5 hit points per turn. So he had to get a lot of crits. Huh. You know, I almost feel like this Draco shield is here expressly because you have a Levin sword. Because, like, 20 defense on its own is plenty enough to not really be damaged by much. Physical. But 7 res only affords him reducing the Levin sword to 8 damage, which could add up very quickly if it wasn't for the Draco shield. My Faye's no longer a villager. I mean, why would it... Oh, I guess because of Faye with for the extra crit. Yeah, it's someone hitting with the Levin sword too, so it's 6 damage per turn when your dudes didn't miss. Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like that's gonna be what we're doing here, maybe. Like, I could probably, if I can lure him out and then circle around and have choke point, then I just pelt him from inside here with whoever I can get inside, and presumably I get a cleric inside and just heal over and over. And in the meantime, I guess we have Claire tying Slade up by just moving around a lot. Yeah, even if I gave Lucas a steel lance from Clive, he still wouldn't have more damage than the Say's base defense. So I think the Say's got slightly overkill bulk. This is gonna be a 20 years war. Maybe. Name is spelled Slade, S-L-A-I-D? What? Oh. No, isn't it Y-D? Spot on the top left, you can later say it. Oh, you mean like here? Or like here into here? Yeah, I'll probably be eating something like that. Because this poor movement does mean he's not going to be able to do much. So, I guess what could even happen is pile in behind him here. To choke point him and beat him up. And then if Slade gets injured without dying, he piles in behind it and gets stuck. Because he can't reach the supplies. Unless there's supplies elsewhere on the map, but I don't think there are. Doesn't look like it. Maybe there's some out here. No, none outside. Yeah, so... I'll have to be careful with Silk, because Slade might decide to make her the chase target, since she's got complete garbage defense. These archers have quite a bit of attack. Actually, so does the... soldier, because the Iron Lance. So, Desai's guys actually did bring equipment. To his credit. Well, I guess the guys in front. For whatever reason, the dudes hanging out with Slade didn't bother to bring gear. What do we do about the archers? Lure them out with and then beat them up? I mean, actually, hold on. We should have Claire over here. Because we do want her to open this door. And then lure these archers out. But I seem to recall if we approach enough here, I think Slade aggroes, so we might have to run around afterward. Let's see, I guess. Lucas can handle down here, I suppose.
Hear me, worms of the rebel army. You have done well to make it this far, but you have no hope of defeating me. Now, Slade, take the cavalry and run down every last one of those wretches.
Ah, yes. Doors before Fire Emblem had door keys. The Draco Shield is worth a whole 50 silver. Oh my. Time to slowly steal Desade's lunch money? What?
I've got this. Allow me.
Nothing will stop me.
Ha! Stand aside!
Fine, twist my arm.
Come at me, fools!
Allow me.
Just say the word.
Stand back.
Just leave it to me. The mother walks with me.
I appreciate that, that LTC Draco Shield is just prey. That's a good response. The Fodrian should be able to deal strong damage to him, that it takes some time to get. Unfortunately, isn't as good as just doubling with the sword in most cases. Yeah, cause I don't think it would pierce his... the 20 res, would it? Although, wait, it's a one range, right? The combat art. Oh, it does pierce it? I mean, it's something we could do. We have 2 healers, so it's not like Alm's that likely to die if we were to do it with him, but considering we don't have the ability on him, yeah, I think we're just gonna help this guy until he's done. Oh, 1 rage, 30 might, I see. Yeah, could probably do it safely, but we'd also have to grind the lightning sword to actually get him for drones. Somehow, I think it'll just be more efficient to do it the death of 1,000 cuts way. Like, maybe if I'd been trying to actively get the combat art with Alm throughout the rest of the stuff, but we've definitely not been trying.
Hey, Cliff, what's new?
Are you kidding? I thought I told you.
Yeah, no small talk. Guess I forgot.
Or else you're doing it on purpose to get under my skin. I really can't stand when you do that.
Yeesh. Do you want to talk about it? Maybe need a hug?
Oh, Tobin. I do find it kind of funny how Desai's all, Slade, take the cavalry and run them down, and then Slade just sits there for now. Like, I think eventually we get close enough that he tries to do stuff, but for now, apparently he just don't care. How hard does Slade hit? Not particularly hard. But he is fast. Probably gonna keep most of the others behind Lucas here. Pretty much just have, I guess, Alm and Cliff all clear over. It's funny that no one's watching that gate. She hasn't paid enough to care. I mean, he seems to care a lot otherwise. It's a little weird. Actually, maybe we better... Alright, we should shift Silk. We probably want to make sure she's like here so that Slade gets confused and we can pick an exact route.
Salutations, Alm.
Hello, Claire.
And just what are you guffawing at? Such behavior is unspeakably boorish.
Sorry. Sorry. Very sorry. It's just... Who says salutations on a battlefield?
Well, but... I say it. Oh, very well. How would our fearless leader have me greet him instead?
I'm not criticizing the way you speak, Claire. In fact, I like that about you.
You do?
Oh my. Well, Alm will get here eventually. Yes, Claire can go down and hide out of sight of the archers. They don't even aggro as a group. Oh yeah, and this is what what I remember being annoying about every indoor area and I guess every castle rampart having 20 avoid, because why not? Just why? Wait, that guy's gonna run back to heal now. Hmm. Come on, Python, you can get him. Finish him off.
99.
Good job. You did it. Ah yes, warp. So at least Silk has that going for her. Because what logic? It's coming back, baby. Your Python getting res like the champ he is. Best spell in the game. I mean, warp is pretty good in general. This is true. Alright.
You can't touch me.
Nice. Slightly less nice, but it's still speed. Wow, he can already become a Myrmidon, you say. Okay, I think we're good to attack this one, even if we end up making him want to run, because... Well, he could still get here and then we can't body block him. So maybe we'll let him come after a Clef. And then we can pin him in. I guess you could actually target Python here. In which case, then he's definitely for sure blocked off. Yeah, he's going after Python. Completely necessary crit.
I can tell I'm getting stronger.
Okay, that's an on level. Well, beefier Fae. That's about all I can really say about that. probably want to move on back too. Kind of annoying, but we are trying to set up the Draco Shield, so... I think we're gonna move Almond Cliff down a little more before we pull. So I'm not sure if pulling the front guys will aggro Slade, or if it's I'm not sure if it's zone based or if just pissing off some of these guys does it. So we'll just try to make sure that Almond Cliff aren't around to accidentally kill Slade. Does Python have anything going for him if he isn't the only archer? I mean, yeah, archers are pretty good. They do have some hit issues, but simply equipping a bow gives them 4 range. That's pretty nutty. So having them in spamming en masse kinda just works. Sort of like doing the curve shot shenanigans in 3 Houses. I like that overhead down stab, it's so good. I thought it's not close enough. Oh, Gray got it anyway.
Who doesn't love a strong man?
Okay, that's a pretty good level for him. Like, I was getting worried about that speed, not gonna lie. Well, so far we haven't made Slade angry yet. Kinda weird. But I guess it's about sort of what I remember.
Thought you were clever, did you?
You know, maybe you should actually land the second hit before you talk shit there. Or wait, I guess he did. That was weird. That animation did not go right, especially with the health bar. Help, Lucas broke the game.
It was you or me.
Yeah, they also get access to Killer Bow for the Hunter's Volley spam. Yeah, Curve Shot is indeed amazing. It's the reason why I get bows on everyone, just kind of spam it. Echoes was the OG. Everyone gets a bow. Although it's Hunter's Volley is a little more restricted in Three Houses. You gotta be a sniper. Whereas here, as long as you can use bows at all, you can pick it up. Which is kind of silly. I guess IS really realized how really overpowered that is, so... I guess they're waiting for me to be in the gate? Question mark? Not 100% sure. Alright, I'll pull them or something. Oh, here they come.
Not even close.
Slide went down this way. Not sure how to feel about that. I guess we could try to get him to run away. I guess he did actually get close enough to threaten Claire, that's probably why. It's kind of annoying. I guess maybe if we fall back completely, will he chase Claire? Although he'll be able to get up to so I guess we have Lucas step in the way? Because otherwise Alm's probably gonna... Well, I guess not completely murder Slade, but... I worry about him doubling Slade and maybe critting. These guys are body blocking, so Slade's probably going for anyway. Yeah, totally is. Don't crit him.
Recognize you? You're those bumpkin brats from the village in Ram Ruins.
This is the night who tried to kidnap Celica.
You whelps deprived me of a prize I most desperately needed. Hear me well, runts.
My name is Slay, and today, I in turn shall deprive you of your lives.
Shut up and don't die.
You can't touch me!
No, you fool. Oh, okay, it didn't kill him. Good. I guess we needed the double crit. So that'll distract Slade for a while. Really playing with fire there. I mean, I couldn't get Alm out of his range without putting someone else in range. So I wanted to distract him with Lucas, but those other idiots got in the way. Hey, Triafollicle. Or just a consumable. That's the issue with Python is that his attack and speed growths aren't great. So he barely contributes any damage compared to villager archers. But it's 40 strength, 55 speed. That sounds pretty good for echoes. Actually, even something like Fates would be 40 and 55 is pretty good. Yeah, I think he was referring to the orange item, which is just a consumable. It heals a bit of health and fatigue. There's a bunch of food items in the game. Okay, so Slade's gonna go away. In which case, we deal with his other goons. I guess Lucas is not gonna really be able to kill them, so... Actually, doesn't finish them off either, he's 1 point short. I guess we can make the other knights run away. Or cavaliers, rather. So otherwise... Well, no, we could move... Alright. I'm also gonna fight this guy with Claire, because... Why not? Man, her hit rate's kinda bad. But I need to move Faye anyway, so we'll attack with Claire and then heal with Faye. $56 or $55 hit. Nice. Well, I guess we'll injure one and they'll go running back. Or maybe not, because stupid tile. I do find it interesting that this is pretty much the only game with super aggressive healing AI. Because, like, even Radiant Dawn doesn't get that crazy about it.
You bore me.
I'm surprised Claire hit every single one of those attacks. That's, very unlikely.
Fate and fortune smile upon me.
Okay, I'm gonna back out of range of Slade in case this Arcanist heals him and then he decides he wants to pick a fight with again. Although I guess to do that we need to actually kill this Cavalier off.
Congrats, you came in second. This stuff's easy once you learn to understand your foes.
Huh. Nice job. Also with Lucas, I believe, even if Slade decides he wants to fight again, these... at least the one Cavalier should get in the way? Yeah. So there's no chance of Lucas accidentally critting Slade. I guess that Arcanist decided to heal someone else. That's funny. They're like, oh, let's heal the generic Cavalier. Who cares about Slade, the commander?
It was you or me.
Python even does the shrug there. What was the damage of my Asma? 3 might, so 12. It's not too bad if we have draw it out. Okay, so now it's just a matter of cleaning out everything else without killing Slade, and then learning to stay around. And Slade is taking his sweet time, too, by going over there, so that's good. Alright, I think this is a perfect opportunity to get that Arcanist, so if we can kill this guy now... He needs to pull that guy out while Slade's still recovering. Well, 5 getting doled, although not for much because this guy's attack is a bit lowish, comparatively speaking. Nice. That's 50 hit rates, man. Not a fan. Yeah, wow. Silk is Silk is just popping off now. Last 3 levels are just like, please don't bench me. I've got more than 1 point levels to offer. Some funky sounds coming out of that guy.
This stuff's easy once you learn to understand your foes.
I see. He might come out at over half. I'm not entirely sure. So we might want to run back. But I do really want to get this archer. We can probably pull him off to the side with Claire if we need to. And it's not like she'll ever be in danger too if we need to phase tank bait with her because Faye's got physic. So I think we'll be more aggressive and try to get rid of these archers and whatnot. Well then. There's, like, the 68 range always makes me think something's gonna miss. is. Okay. Claire would also technically kill him if she double crits. Which is kind of annoying. But Alm's way more likely to destroy him, so I guess we'll bank on Quay.
Captain.
I will take care of this.
Alright, no double crit. Although he's probably gonna end up going back to heal now. Ah yes, the original hit and run. It's a shame it's not that good on flyers. It's one of those things that it's not bad if you're standing on a forest tile, but you have to be a ground unit for that. I suppose it's still useful just in terms of trying not to take damage, because 1 hit point cost for the combat area is a pretty good deal. Also plus 10 hit and 2 might. Not bad.
Shall we then?
Yeah, I think Slade's gonna run away now. I could be wrong.
Nothing will stop me.
But in case he is, well, he'll probably be in runaway if he runs into her after. Oh, let's see if placing her, well, this might be too far. So if he's not on healing AI, he'll probably end up charging over here. We'll see. Yeah, he's definitely on healing AI. Oh, that's gonna be annoying, because he's gonna keep going in and out of healing AI.
I twist my arm.
Makes me not really want to move the archers up. Damn it, Slade. Did you not? I wonder.
The mother walks with me.
A hair too late.
Oh, for Clive, huh?
Shall I
Did he have crit rate? No, he didn't. Okay. Not where I was hoping him to go, but I guess it is what we got. I'm gonna wait for everyone else to arrive before we actually move with. Though. Also, I hopefully get Slade injured enough that he decides not to pick a fight. Let's see. We don't want Clive to crit, so let's trade off the Steel Lance so that he doesn't accidentally kill Slade here. Oh, I guess I can't trade it because there's no Lance users. That's annoying, but I guess that's... Well, 9% or... 2 13s. So if we injure him with Claire, maybe he won't come back. Or he won't engage and just stay here. Is what I'm hoping he'll do. Don't crit a second time, Claire. Okay. So now for the experiment. No, he's still fighting her, but why? Okay, so I guess he's not actually counted as... Or he's not able to be trapped like that. That's annoying. Yeah, nice double miss. It's not how the AI works, he has to have a path. Okay, well that's kind of annoying, but... Alright.
Shall we then?
What if we made it so
Nothing will stop me.
he had to go right? Because if we block this, he has to go all the way around. Which gives us a chance to maybe draw this stuff out. This is really annoying. You'll just usually have to take the long way around. Kind of like what I'm doing here. So I can just continually plug these holes to keep him moving back and forth. We can't go after him without pulling to say. Which is obviously not what we want right now. Actually, he still technically has the path if I block these two, and he has to go all the way around here, right? Because he can take the stairs and path all the way back as long as we're not blocking here. Although I don't think I have anyone... Well, actually, if I move Forsyth here... Oh, Warp must be half range. Alright, we'll just have to get him on another loop then later. Yeah, attack over half or two. That's fine. We can still mess him up over here and then try to catch him in it again afterward. That's the longer path you were talking about. Makes sense. Stupid archer. Alright, so in an effort to avoid... Wait, why can't we trade Angus? Unless I have to empty his... His inventory? Question mark? Wait, yeah, I have to do items trade first. That's why. There we go. So in an effort to not kill Slade with Claire after baiting him, we're gonna do that. Because he's gonna have even lower health now. After healing this many times. At least, well, maybe he'll need to heal to 19. Before he comes out. That would actually be kind of nice if that's how it works. In the meantime, we get this archer. Oh, poor Saith. Tried to give it to you, man.
I'm spent. Impressed yet?
And Sway's on that side. That's gonna be a little weird. Actually, Clove got targeted over Claire before. Let's do that. Whiff, whiff, whiff.
Shall we then?
There. Get trolled, Slade. So now, I guess he's gonna need to injure himself a little bit more too, but Claire has no chance of accidentally killing him. So eventually he'll start going this way, and then I should be able to rotate Claire between these two to mess him up, I think. I think this Knight's probably gonna come out first. Unless... it's hard to tell enemy order here. Well, I guess we'll get it figured out. I have to say it's coming out.
Rebel scum! You can't hope to touch me! So long as I have the Draco shield Lord Makut gave me, I am invincible!
Not even close!
Just casually stabbed through the face. I'm surprised 14 wasn't enough. Well, he'll eventually run. This is really silly. Yes, unfortunately, Desai is in a game where the minimum damage is 1. Rip him. Yep, there he goes.
I can do this.
Hey, speaking of curve shot.
Nothing will stop me.
Oh, he's got nothing on me!
There.
Oh man, look at these muscles! Who wants to touch them?
Hey, Excalibur. Well, I guess we can use that for the crit chance. Tobin might contribute 3 damage occasionally. Simply amazing. He is shifting around a bit.
This is how it's done!
Nice. Alright, we'll just get everyone in here as quickly as possible, and then we can worry about positioning.
I will take care of this.
Trap the mans between Alm and Lucas. I mean, we don't need to do that, right?
I've got this. You can't touch me.
Alm's going a little berserk. Oh wait, damn it. Because we're blocking that from Sway now. We need to leave this path open here. Actually, we can attack her from here. This works. Yeah, that's true. Slade won't. So yeah, I guess we do need to possibly block him in here. Yeah, okay, I guess we'll do that. You know, Foresight's not doing anything. Actually, we have some time. We don't need to block him with Lucas just yet. Although, we can heal. So we can get that warp off. Yeah, Failure and Rescue. Okay. So you can actually... He might have crit on Lucas? Is that gonna matter? Actually, it would kill him. So I think Lucas needs to take the leather shield so that he doesn't die. Because Alm's not got listed crit against him. And if we drop hit, the Say's damage enough, and it's not a problem. Okay, so let's get everyone out of the way.
The mother walks with me.
Need to move Faye here. Otherwise she's blocking.
I will take care of this.
All right. I can do this.
I guess the crit rate gets dropped by probably proximity to Python? There we go. Getting a little crowded in here, though. 31 crit rate, I see.
This one's mine.
Alright, and I guess Forsyth gets to do nothing.
Shall we then?
Oh, it's still going for Interesting. Hooray, why?
If Miller wills it.
Yeah, just wherever to get Forsyth out of the way. My archers are not doing a very good job right now. God, I love the unforged bows, clearly. Actually, probably shift the archers out here so that they're not getting in the way of the casters.
This ends here. You're mine.
Okay, I'm ready.
Stand back. You and me. Die.
Go, Tobin, go. Yeah, do it, Tobin.
Hey.
Oh, even a cliff crit. Right, can't forget Gray. Even though the archers are whipping, which is kind of annoying, at least it doesn't cost some hit points to do the thing.
Just leave it to me.
Yeah, I got it.
Slowly.
Stand back. This is the part that hurts.
I'm actually a little surprised how integral Tobin has been to making this go a bit faster. We'll see. Wait, is that a... That's just a regular highlight, right? Or... Actually, no, it's a welcome message? What? Is that something new? It's a Twitch introducing? Huh. Interesting. Python, man, come on. Like, missing one is fine, missing both less fine. It's interesting that he still has that snotty grin, though. You're low on hit points, man. Soon he will not. Good.
Yeah, I got it.
I will take care of this.
Oof, all missed.
Okay, I'm ready.
It's not that's too much of a big deal. Python hitting both. What is this madness? No, there's the heavy draw art. Oh boy.
Yeah, I got it. This one's mine.
Yeah, this would definitely be going much slower if we didn't have Tobin's 31% crit rate. There we go, now he's angry. Thunderclap. Halves terrain bonuses. I forgot that was even a thing. With the lightning sword. I guess we get a little more accuracy from here. Not that really helped him that time. Damn it, Gray.
Just leave it to me.
Not even close. Stand back. Hey!
Oh, the Gray crit. Can Python do it? Can he make the shot? No, he can't. Oh, Silk. Why?
I've got this.
I think I'd rather give it to Lucas, because Alma's gonna be picking up a lot of kills. Lucas, come on, man.
No! No! Wait! You have the wrong...
No, you're the wrong.
My mind must be playing tricks on me.
Okay, well, that's a great level to get out of that. Thunderclap doesn't actually work? Well, that's kind of crappy.
Don't think you can gloat yet! You thought you defeated Desai? Ha! That was just a double. The true Chancellor has retreated to his fortress. And now it's my turn. I've no intention of dying here with you maggots.
Wait, did he just ride toward us? That's not how you retreat, Slade. Also, that's a silly explanation. Body double, puh.
We made it. Somehow.
Alright, well, I'm never doing that again. Alright. We have our bingo space.
Pathetic. The Chancellor is all talk.
I guess I could have gone for the Silica route one instead. Am I gonna put the Draco shield on anyone? Oh, I'll probably put it on Lucas. He earned it. It's not like he needs that speed for anything anyway. Although I guess the real big brain play would be to put it on Faye and run around like an idiot with her. Draco Shield and Celica's Red is always easier since Celica can just Ragnarok Jenna, I guess. Yeah, maybe I should have done that instead of this. Oh well. We got to see something that we didn't see before, so there it is.
What shall we do now, my lord?
We cannot hold the castle with my detachment alone. We must retreat. Fernand, you stay with me. We'll join up with our main force in the forest.
Yes, my lord.
You have made an impression, Ohm. Yes, you have.
Can you just imagine Briquette's face?
Desai's forces are retreating.
With Desai just stuck between a horde of people and getting battered down like that, despite the Draco shield. You're thinking of putting it on a healer and the regen keeps them casting spells, yeah. You usually put it on Mage Clef and go around mage tanking everything. Well, I think I'm actually attached to the idea of putting it on Faye now, just because it's so stupid. To say getting pushed around a bit as many flashy effects are on him, yes.
You mean we won? Yes, Alm, we won. Sophia Castle can finally return to the hands of her own people. We really did it! We did it! We freed Sophia!
The boy from Rand shall kiss my hand and thank me for securing this victory. A jest only, I assure you. You were wonderful, Alm. This victory proves you have what it takes to lead us.
This victory wasn't mine alone. I share this glory with all of you.
All of you who poked the Say for 1 damage repeatedly until he died.
Sure, but hold on a second before we start throwing roses around. Desay and Slade both got away, remember?
Or I guess fake to say.
Tobin, you sure know how to take a squat on someone's big moment. Forget who got away. There's still plenty of reason to celebrate.
Gray is correct. True, it is deeply regrettable those 2 snakes managed to elude us.
How did Slade elude us anyway? He rode straight through us.
But regardless, we have retaken the castle, the symbol of her kingdom.
Actually, I think I was still blocking that particular path with Claire, too, at that point in time. Game, why you hack?
Was this not the Deliverance's primary goal?
Indeed, it was. I know this war will continue as long as the Empire desires Sophia. But this victory is a sweet chalice. And right now, we should drink deep.
I'm overlooking the fact that he said so long suckers when he did. Can't touch someone who's talking like that. Crap, you're right. It's like, the tag no takes these backsies rule or whatever it is. So we can't just tag him back right away.
Clive couldn't have said it better. We fought for this. We earned it. Now let's take a moment to enjoy it.
So then, shall we go inside? Our friends in the castle will be most eager to meet their deliverer.
Deliverer? Come on, you make me sound like some kind of hero or something. Hey, wait!
Okay, well that only took 90 minutes. Alright, here we are, big brain play. Mega Nos Tank Faye. She never heard me say anything resembling, "Catch him, you fools, he's getting away." Only because he shouldn't have gone away. Same with that. Well, guess let's go inside the castle. Think there's some stuff to pillage in here? I mean, rightfully claim as part of the army coffers. Apparently not in here, though.
Huzzah for the Deliverance! Thanks to you, the castle is finally rid of those Imperial dastards. Oh, what a joy to watch them run! We're finally free! You have my heartfelt thanks. Truly.
The Chancellor retreated to his fortress west of the northern forest. He'll be begging Rigel for help now, so he will. What a piece of filth. Leave his men behind to die in his stead.
Someone say a treasure vault? Oh right, the Rider's Bane. I'm sure we'll be enjoying that. Treasure vault, I presume. Not much left, unfortunately. Rip. I was hoping this had something great inside, but it's empty. Hey, a chest. I bet it has gold and jewels and nuts. Empty. There's one extremely random pile of junk right there. Hello, Mr. Sun. Glad I lived to see you another day. What are you talking about, We were all out in the sun. While we were picking on Desai.
That mongrel Desai stole the royal sword when he turned tail and ran. The Regalian Imperial household gave us that sword as a sign of friendship. I don't know what use Desai has for it. Oh, it's a powerful sword and no lie. But only in the hands of the right wielder. And that wielder isn't him.
The Rider's Bane here in the vault makes short work of mounted soldiers. But as it's a lance, only knights and similar classes can wield it.
I do like how that one soldier talks about, oh, it's a gift from Miguel, as if that actually matters now that Miguel's trying to murder us.
It's true we have made great strides by recapturing the castle. But Chancellor Desai, the man who started all this, remains at large. And the Regalian army yet lingers inside our kingdom's borders. To free Sophia, we must find Desai, slay him, and drive Rigel back for good. Alm.
Yes?
You are our commander now. We would hear your opinion on this.
Oh, right. My opinion. Well, what are our options?
We could be defensive, garrison the castle, and wait for Rigel to come to us. Or we could take the fight to them. The choice is yours.
I see. You know, until recently, I'd never set foot outside of Ram Village. This war has been my first glimpse of the kingdom I live in. Unfortunately, I've also seen what it's been reduced to. Needless to say, it's far worse than I'd heard. People are suffering, even dying. But this war, no matter how terrible, has also taught me something. It taught me that when we stand up and fight, we help those people. I don't want to stop helping them now. I want to press on and make as much of a difference as I can. I know this probably sounds empty, maybe even mad, but I think we should keep fighting until we've taken back all of Sophia. So then, will you stand with me? Will you stand and fight?
What kind of question is that? Of course we will, silly boy.
Then it seems the matter is settled. The Deliverance shall march. We will put Desai down and scatter the Regalian army to the four winds.
Oh no, they're cheering so loud it's an earthquake.
Goosebumps. Not bad, not bad.
Were you even listening to a thing he said? Your goosebump giver just declared war on the whole damned empire. I know, but I think it was a nice speech. Wait, he did what? No, come on, this isn't war, Gray. He's just going to kick them out. Right, and then Emperor Rudolph will just send a fruit basket to apologize. Come on, Tobin. You can't be so thick that you don't see what's coming. What? Stop staring at me. It's creepy. You knew it would come to this, didn't you? When you agreed to join the Deliverance, I mean. How come now? You're the one who said all those years ago that Alm was different from us. You knew he was going to do something like this one day. I'm not a prophet, Tobin. All I meant was that he's different. Well, you were onto something no matter what you meant. Because now we're starting to see that he's much bigger than we are. I'm proud of him. But I'm also going to miss him. Oh, brother. You poor kid, Tobin.
Their banter is so good. Yeah, kick them out.
General Myson was a magnificent man, but King Lima never did like him. Of course, he never liked much of anything besides his wine and women. I wager to say he looked upon the general as an obstacle of sorts, too. Because after he'd murdered the king's children, he pinned it on Sir Myson. You'd have been daft to believe such a thing, of course. Which is precisely what the king did. Or perhaps he just saw it as an excuse. Regardless, Myson was found guilty and banished. He's lucky he wasn't hanged.
Rip Myson.
They say all of King Lima's children are dead now, so they do. Oh, but I've heard tale that one of them still lives. Her name was Untease, Princess Untease. Juicy bit of gossip that, eh? Story goes, the villa she lived in was set to blaze some 10 or so years back. Folks thought she burned to cinders, but you know how tongues like to wag. Could be some brave soul up and saved her. Wonder where she ended up if so.
Where are we not at a monastery?
Princess Antise had a brother from a different mom, but they were still close. After that fire at the villa, however, neither body was found. I often dreamed that at least the princess managed to escape somehow.
Yoink. Also yoink. There we go. Wiggins with a solid 16 defense. And Faye with her 21. How did Om not react to the accusation on Myson? It's weird. Om doesn't react to any of these conversations. Like, he says nothing when you're talking to any of these people. It's one of the parts that kind of weirds me out a bit about the exploration part. Because suddenly Om turns into a silent protagonist.
Well, if it isn't the good men and women of the Deliverance. I was hoping I'd run into you. Please, allow me to welcome you to the castle. I served Sophia's king for many years, you know. If you need anything, just ask.
Thank you. That's very kind. This is my first time here, so I'll admit to feeling a bit lost.
It's like, he reacts here, but it's because it's a fixed sequence that's forced as soon as we enter. But, like, if I had just used the talk command, I'm just like, I don't feel like talking to anyone.
My grandfather, Sir Myson, spoke of it on occasion, but...
Sir Myson the Sophian general?
Yes, that's the one. I'm his grandson, Alm. He lived in this castle long ago, didn't he?
Well, yes, but how very odd. I knew the general quite well, and he had neither wife nor child.
Huh? I beg your pardon, good sir, but that simply cannot be the case. Alm is most certainly related to...
No, I assure you, General Myson told me himself. I have no family, he said. Clear as day it was.
But wait... If I'm not...
Pay him no mind, Alm. The old man's probably just confused is all. It was a long time ago.
Yes, that must be it.
Gasp. Is it the band? Okay, yeah, it's the mural. Wait, is there something up there that I missed? The beginning of Om slowly having his entire world crumble around him. Well, I mean, we kinda already started that.
Very odd indeed.
His naivete has definitely been flashing pretty hard with the rest of the world all the way here. So, you know.
Commander Alm, you're just in time. Please proceed up these steps. A visitor is waiting for you up on the balcony.
A visitor? Who is it?
I'm afraid I cannot say. Go on and see for yourself.
All right, then.
Please proceed up these steps. A visitor is waiting for you up on the balcony.
I bet you could earn a lot of gold if you sold this. Get it? Earn? Huh? This urn looks valuable, better not break it. How nice of Myson, he just brought a crap load of oranges.
It's good to see you, boy.
Grandfather, what are you doing here?
I have my reasons. Look how far you've come, You're a man grown now. You've been through quite a bit since leaving the village, haven't you?
I suppose. But, Grandfather, I'm sorry I never said goodbye or thanked you for all you did for me. I still feel guilty about that. But I think I made the right choice. I'm the commander of the Deliverance now. And together we've already liberated the southern outpost and this castle. So you see...
I didn't come here to pick apart your actions, I came here to ask you a single question. Are you ready?
Am I ready?
Indeed. For once you march on Rigel, you place yourself in the hands of destiny. You won't be able to stop the events that unfold. No one will wish you well. Many will even try to stop you. Unexpected tragedy is sure to follow. That is the price of what you are about to undertake. So I ask again, are you ready to take the lives of others into your hands? Are you ready to shoulder all of their burdens, their desires? And are you ready to fight and bleed until Sophia and all of Valentia is saved?
I am. I know I may be in over my head, and I still have much to learn. But when I say I will fight for my kingdom, I will fight for my kingdom. No one will stop me. Nothing will break me. I'll see it through to the very end.
Very well. I've seen that look before. Must run in the blood.
Huh? What do you mean?
You'll understand in time, boy.
Oh look, Myson not explaining anything again. Hey Grandpa, don't mind me while I loot these oranges. Hey, he spent all this time digging around. Can dig around for like 30 seconds before talking to Myson.
Say, that reminds me. This old man downstairs was saying some strange things. He told me... Huh? What's that noise?
Well, well. The people have gathered to get a look at their new hero.
You should go greet them.
Nice deflection.
Burn this memory into your heart, boy. These are the people whose burdens you will carry the rest of the way. Remember what lies upon your shoulders.
And so it was that Sophia Castle was liberated from Desai's clutches, causing the Sophian people to greet their new hero with raucous cheers. However, what Alm did not and could not know was that his victory here was but the prelude to a longer and far more bitter conflict.
Do you think Alm's grandfather Craven? He sort of seems that way, huh? Also, hello, Alm.
Hyperial tidings, Emperor! The rebel army has taken back Sophia Castle!
And what of Berkut?
Sire, Lord Berkut withdrew and rejoined with the main force.
Pathetic. Pathetic. A Regalian knight. The Emperor's sworn defender, scurrying away like a rat. My arcanists would never have painted so sorry a picture.
Oh, really? You had an Arcanist there, and he got stabbed. And then shot.
Hold your tongue, Master Jedi. Why should I? I merely speak the truth. You said the leader of this deliverance is named Alm, correct?
Yes, Emperor. He assumed command after Sir Clive of the Knights of Sophia stepped down.
Did he now?
Ah, yes, moving on to Celica now. So we don't even get to dig around with the Draco shield on Faye.
Rudolph! Die! You took everything! Everything that I ever loved! You took Sophia! You took my friends! And now, Celica too!
What's going on? Can't you see me? Stop this! I'm begging you, please!
He's looking pretty good for being stabbed in the face. These visions are weird considering they never happened. No kidding. I guess it's supposed to be a possible future, but...
Hey, why are they clanging that infernal bell?
Apparently the king's passed away. That's what Noma said, at least.
The king? But isn't that... He was Celica's...
Oh dear. I hope she's dealing with this okay.
You're certain I can't dissuade you from going, little one?
I must, Noma. It's been years since crops last grew on Sophian soil. Our barren fields have fallen victim to terrors, The Regalians have invaded? I fear some ill must have befallen the Earth Mother Milla. I can't help but feel this is all related. I know it.
Perhaps it is at that. I'll not deny that the kingdom of Sophia faces her darkest hour in some time.
Totally sounds like a great deal, in fact. So good. And we'll say goodbye.
More sick and hungry come to the Priory's door each day seeking aid.
The key to everything lies with Milla. I shall travel to her temple and learn what's become of her.
Yes, but little one, you know well the reason Mycen placed you in my care. With the king's passing, you are the last living member of the Sophian royal line. There are many who would seek to use you, or even end you. That threat is greater now than ever, yet you would still leave, knowing that?
I must. Even if my decision betrays the care you and Mycen have shown me. You've done so much to keep me safe, and it breaks my heart to pain you. But what calls me to do this goes beyond my heart. I can only ask your forgiveness, Noma.
Keep your cries of forgiveness, little one. I'll not give what isn't required. If this is your mind, I won't object. Follow the path before you. Trust in it as I in you.
Path of Cantors.
Of course. But you must take care. The blight in Sophia is worse even than you know. You've uncommon talent as a warrior priestess, but carelessness is fatal. And you mustn't forget Miller's Turnwheel.
I wear it always. You know that.
See that you do. I'm certain it will prove helpful on your journey.
Thank you, Noma. For everything. Well then, I think I'll be on my way.
You're leaving this very instant? Surely you can stay until the bell's last peal. It rings to mourn your father's passing, as you know.
I'll never think of that man as my father. Now if you'll excuse me.
Little one.
When Rigel broke the divine accord, this plague of terrors fell upon us. But surely their own lands must be suffering the same fate. What could have driven them to invade Sophia at such a price? I would dearly love to know what's going through Emperor Rudolph's mind.
Lately, Novus sees boat after boat filled stern to bow with hungry refugees. But alas for them, this island's no better off than anywhere else. We're even poorer than most, what with pirates seizing inbound supply ships. We'll soon have naught to eat but what fish the waves see fit to provide. These are dark times we face.
May you walk always in the light of Miller's blessing, little one.
Yeah, nothing to take at all, even. This place has no decor whatsoever.
Celica, I heard the news. You're going to the Temple of Milla, right? If so, then I'm going too. You can't say no.
Thanks, May. To be honest, I'd welcome the help.
Good, because I'm coming too. I'm not letting the two of you off on your own.
Letting us? You say that like you think you could keep us safe.
I do, and I can. I'll be more help than you, at least.
Rude and wrong. I can conjure lightning, Bowie. Big, herdy lightning. What have you got? Fire? Maybe I'll call you if I want to roast marshmallows.
Let's just say you'd both be a great help and leave it at that, shall we? I know I'll be counting on you both. This isn't going to be an easy journey. Still, I'm glad I'll have such good company.
Yeah, Go-Go Mage Squad, which... It's always struck me as kind of a weird team comp. Just 3 mages. Although I guess... I think Celica can at least choose to do melee, but... That defense isn't doing her any favors for melee. So poor Bowie too, when like May shit talks him, she's kinda right. Those base stats. Flower. Alright, the cogs. Whatever.
Celica, can I go with you?
Yay, we got a sheep. It's criminal that you can leave Jenny behind. Yeah, like I said, it's weird that there's a bunch of recruits that you can just say, whatever, and leave them. Especially with the ones that are effectively childhood friends. That, like, why is there a choice? I almost just want to throw 3 speed at Celica. Totally doing it. Celica gets zoom.
Ships leaving the port will get us to the mainland. We should head there now. Though that does mean we'll have to pass through the cemetery on our way. Rumor has it there have been terrors appearing there as of late. Let's be ready for anything.
Milady, this graveyard we're passing through. Why are we again?
Because it's the only way to port.
Yes, but there's been talk of terrors around here as of late.
So there has. Best keep our wits about us then,
But, milady, I'll face down thieves or rogues any day, but terrors are different.
Oh, Bowie. How can you be so scared of spooks and spirits at your age?
Shove off, would you? A man can't help what gives him fright. Oh, not you too, milady. You wound me.
I'm sorry, Bowie. I was just remembering my brother.
Brother? I didn't realize you had one.
Yes, though by different mothers. He was a sweet thing, but meek, frightened to death of ghosts. Then he became one, alas. And much too young. Were he alive, you two would have been quite alike, I'm sure.
Milady,
Way to go, Bowie. Your whining's gone and dredged up a bunch of sad memories for Celica.
What? Why is this my fault?
Because it's always your fault.
Always blame Bowie, apparently. Yeah, because they're technically optional. They have no story dialogue and limited supports, so which is kind of awful. Like, Gray and Tobin have such good chemistry. Please include Cliff and Faye in that. Likewise, please put Jenny into this conversation.
Now suck it up and get ready to fry some foes, terrors or otherwise.
I guess because this is a skirmish. No, I guess there is a little 5-1 here. Sparrow got more stats than the others. Yeah, all these guys actually deal 1 damage to everyone other than... Well, I guess to Bowie and to Solga. May takes a little more. Jenny takes a lot more.
Terrain bears no influence on magic. I remember Sir Myson saying so. Listen close, friends. Do not be shy about when and where you attack. Even if our foes cower in the woods, our spells will find their mark. I'm ready for anything.
You know, it's funny that they give this tutorial now after you've had a chance to get 1 or more mages in Alm's route. It's like a little late to the party, maybe?
I'm ready to roll. I'm at the top of my game.
Do you like that Celica rolls around with a squad of 3 to 4 Dread Fighters waiting around? She needs something to tank the hits.
You'll come no closer.
OEY.
Phew. It's over.
You know, I like how May brags about Thunder, and it's just like, oh, you can cast a thing that has less hit and more hit point cost. Although I guess it's got more range. Maybe at some point we'll make use of the 3 range.
You're not stopping me here. Sure, I'm still hyper. Let's go.
Oh, there's I'm still hyper. Let's go. Oh, sleep song. Yeah, Bowie the tank mage. It's really unfortunate, like he doesn't have nearly good enough defense or res. Well, his is res. His res is 7, but Jenny's got more res. Yeah, actually, his res is bottom of the barrel, along with Selka for this group, so it's kind of funny, because to make him more useful as in Heroes, is they made him have moderate res and very high defense. 4 base defense is, I don't think, impressing anyone. His defense growth's what's good. What's good? I mean, I guess that's okay, but at the same time...
I'm at the top of my game.
It'd be nice if he had a base that actually mattered, considering his other stats are kind of trashed. Like, he doesn't double these terrors, or... I guess he might double... Yeah, he doubles... No, he doesn't double this one, even. Like, he's just too slow. Yeah, that pull 3 weight on fire. Must be where, Valentia must be where Blazing Blade got their tomes from. It's impressive you give him the pitchfork and make him American to get another Dread Fighter. I mean, he very clearly wants to be in a different class, so... I don't see a problem with that. Yay, but we got a kill. Something.
You'll come no closer.
Wow, nice dodge though. That 90 dodge from Bowie. Boo.
I'm good to go.
It's slightly picking on her.
I don't want to die here either.
Phew, it's over.
Whew. I was really sweating there for a moment.
Nice to be back to quick battles. I guess I didn't read the description. The resting place where Novus is departed. An eerie miasma covers it now, transforming the once peaceful locale into a breeding ground for monsters. The priory, a priory built on the island of Novus. Its grounds are home to vineyards and other crops, allowing its residents to be wholly self-sufficient. Except when they don't. Novus Greatport. Novus's port, though small, its shops and gathering spots are always bustling with people. Gasp, not terrors.
Good day, my lady. Are you thinking of leaving for Sophia, perchance? If so, I fear you may be in for some disappointment. Ships aren't sailing, or so I'm told. Too many pirates about. Still, probably best you went to the docks and asked the captain yourself.
He may smell like a tavern floor, but that saber's a skilled sellsword. If you ever find yourself in need of steel, you could do far worse than him. Though if that steel needs a history fit for retelling in polite company, well, he's strong though, I'll give him that. And I suppose, passably handsome.
Someone's thirsty. Why, but aren't you a fat one? Someone's been feeding you fish. Always feed kitties. A tavern. I wouldn't usually have any business at such an establishment. Wonder if this cat lives here. It seems to be getting plenty of love, and we stole its shellfish. Salika's getting drunk tonight. Just stealing all the alcohol in here.
You lost, little ass? This ain't a place for children.
There's a shrine on a small island up ahead, you know. Its vault holds an otherworldly sword, or so the stories go. Many have died for such stories, though, so consider this fair warning. See, turns out that islet is home to a terrible necro-dragon. Eat you in a single bite, it will. What if the fear don't kill you first? Oh, just the thought of it is enough to turn my hair to white.
Okay. For a while there, I was obsessed with making my own tinctures. I'd make herbs and botanicals I could buy and mash them up. Of all my creations, the best was something I called medicinal syrup. If you had 3 mana herbs on you, I could whip up a batch right now. I don't think we have 3. I'll be here if the craving strikes. You just let me know. So I'm pretty sure inventory, yeah, our inventory is separate from alms, so nowhere close. We don't even have a single one. Hey kitty, you want to come home with me? He's a pier, but the sea is so beautiful and blue today. Or my, but the sea is. The fishermen aren't careful. Someone's going to steal their catch. And for once it won't be us. Just kidding. Quite the haul of fish. No doubt they'll soon line the market stalls.
Chancellor Desay has taken up the throne at Sophia Castle. The villain thinks slaying a king makes you next in line. He's a right tyrant. Sir Clive of the Order of Sophian Knights has gathered an army to run him off. But from what we hear in these parts, fighting's been hard and progress slow.
Well, real.
Heading out to sea, milady. Be careful out there amongst the waves. A vile man named Barth has named himself Pirate King of these waters. He sits in his island hold to the east and commits what barbarity he pleases. Just the other day, a man who'd had his whole family slain set out for revenge. Like as not, he'll meet the same fate. At least he'll be reunited with his kin.
Or will he?
Excuse me, but...
Ah, Lady Priestess, welcome. Something I can help you with today?
I need to book passage to Sophia Harbor.
I'm afraid that's a difficult wish to grant, even for you, Priestess. This patch of sea is teeming with pirates of late. It's just too dangerous.
Oh, that's no good.
That being said, if Milady were to do something about those pirates, well, that'd be a different matter altogether now, wouldn't it?
You want me to fight pirates?
They've grown bolder by the day, so they have. And yet, His Highness hasn't seen fit to send so much as a single man. This sea's our love and livelihood. We can't live cut off from her. What's happened to Sophia? Forgive me, milady, but I can't get you across the sea so long as pirates sail it. I know I ask much of you, Priestess, but if you would lend us your strength...
What are we supposed to do now?
I can't believe that old-timer tossed his pirate problem right at our feet. Do we look like the type to fight pirates? We're delicate little blossoms.
Speak for yourself.
Regardless, the man is right. We'll not get anywhere until ships are free to sail again.
What do you propose, milady?
Let's gather what help we can find.
The sea is only the start. Sophia is at war, and ravaged by terrors besides. We'll not make it very far traveling alone. We need allies. Strong ones.
Yes, and mad enough to set sail into pirate-infested waters with us. I'm sure they'll just be lining up to take the job.
Oh boy.
You're Saber, yes?
Yep. Who are you, girl?
My name is Celica. The people here speak quite highly of your skill with a blade. I'd like to enlist your services as a protector.
Guard duty, huh? You headed somewhere, or is this a local deal?
We seek the Temple of Milla.
That's awfully far. And I suppose you've already heard about our little pirate problem.
It's the reason I seek your aid, in fact. Unless you think a few mere pirates are too much for you to handle?
That's real cute. Believe me, lass, I ain't worried about a couple sea rats. All I'm worried about is if you can pay. I don't work charity cases. Especially when I'm risking my own neck.
I'm afraid I haven't much money. But I do have this.
A dagger. Well, ain't you fancy?
Will this be sufficient for your services?
You mean will I risk life and limb for a single dagger? Ordinarily, no. But since I like your moxie, I'm gonna go ahead and give you a break. You got a deal. I'll get you to your temple.
Wonderful. You have my thanks, Saber. May, Bowie, did you hear that? He's going to come with us.
This job's got easy money written all over it. What kind of fool hands over treasure like this without batting an eye? She really must be Daddy's spoiled little lass.
Correct. Although we can go ahead and wreck him back, but I think we actually need to keep that attack up on him. If I remember correctly, there's a pretty beefy guy he's gonna be fighting. Actually, I'm kind of surprised. I thought his attack was gonna be higher. Oh well. Alright, let's go do one more battle and then we'll call it for the night. Do our... I guess one of the ship fights. There's... It's a lot of ship fights. Sophia Seaway 1. The sea route links Novus to the Sophian mainland. Pirates have become a common sight of late, threatening any ships that sail these waters. What will we ever do? Oh yeah, I guess we actually need to talk to what's-his-face first. Actually, I guess it's just old timer. He doesn't even have a name.
Priestess, you've returned.
I have. And this gentleman, Saber, has agreed to aid us. Now may we ask you to set sail?
Well then, I'd be honored to do my part, milady. Come aboard. We'll depart as soon as you're ready.
What's wrong, Celica? Feeling blue?
Oh, it's nothing. It's just that the last time I was on a ship was when I came to the island.
Hey, that's right! Bowie and I used to take little trips every now and again, but never with you. Shame we never got to travel as a group. Would have been way more fun.
Are you completely daft, May? Celica came here in hiding, remember? She can't just announce herself by hopping aboard a pleasure cruise.
I know that much, Bowie. Of course I do. I'm just saying I'm happy we're getting the chance now. Isn't that right, Celica?
Please stop talking before you dig a grave so deep we all go tumbling in.
It's fine, Bowie, really.
And I'm happy to be traveling with you as well, May. Though I'm also anxious. What could have happened to Milla? Will we even make it to the temple to find out? And... I'm sorry. Best I keep this one to myself.
What? Oh, that's just mean.
Where are you right now? And what are you doing? Are you still living in that village with Grandpapa? No. I can tell. You've left your home behind, haven't you? I want to see you so badly. There's so much I need to ask. Perhaps Milla will cause our paths to cross on this journey.
One of the few cutscenes I forgot were involved in this.
Are you in pain, my Lord Duma? The sight tears at my heart. But you needn't endure it much longer. I've had report that the girl has left the island. I will deliver her to you without fail. She of the fated children, bearer of the brand.
The first pirate raid. Yarr.
Yar! Not a step further, ye scurvy dogs! Pirates! These waters belong to Barth the Pirate King, as you're surely aware. That means you needs pay a toll. All your goods and women'll do nicely.
An interesting offer. But I fear we must nevertheless decline. The sea belongs to no one man. She's a gift to every citizen of Sophia.
Yar! Who be the mouthy wench?
Enough with the chit-chat. Reason and logic are wasted on sea dogs like him. Let's just get to business already. That's what you hired me for, ain't it?
Fair enough. Let's go, everyone.
Hooray! Murder! Oh, I must be thinking of maybe the next battle. So I think there is maybe the next ship where I think we have to fight another mercenary, maybe? These guys are all squishy brigands. Yeah, so I guess just hold a choke point and shoot them.
All right, I'll handle this.
I'm ready for anything.
Ready anytime.
I'm at the top of my game. I'm ready to roll.
I fight to protect what is dear.
Ooh,
Feel the warmth of Milla's
got some
breath.
attack, though no speed. You like that even though Jeddah is the villain, he isn't necessarily evil, just devoted to his god. I mean, devoted in a sort of not great way, though. I guess that doesn't make him... Well, I guess good complex characters can't be pegged as pure evil, but like you still get them doing some pretty bad stuff. So, and also hello, whoa, it's Joseph. No more facts and logic, just stabbins, stabbins and murderins. Damn it. I mean, it's 70 accuracy thunder, I shouldn't be surprised.
I don't want to die here either.
I'm not actually sure, but pushing across that, because this is just gonna take the same amount of time either way. We're gonna get jammed up, or I guess we're gonna end up feeding a crap load of kills with Saber, which is a little bit at this point.
Here it comes. Pretty good, right?
Well, what are you getting, Bowie?
Man, my luck is almost scary today.
Yeah, scary. Very scary. Cause, I mean, more attack's nice, but come on, boy, you gotta do a little better than that.
You don't know when to quit. Damn you! That's another
Well,
one down.
I guess critting to try to open himself up to being attacked until he dies. Fortunately, there's not enough enemies for that.
I'm pretty strong, you know.
Saw that coming a mile away. Damn you!
I won't ask forgiveness.
Actually, Saber's defense is kind of low for being a mainline melee. This is like a trend with Celica's group. But I suppose Balbar is coming, which is, or who is just a little tankier. You feel like we're starting to move away from the evil for no reason trope? Well, because Because the thing about that is that it typically doesn't make for a very interesting story. Which isn't to say there aren't games that are excuse plots, or have excuse plots that are just pure good versus evil type stuff where they're basically just trying to give you a really surface reason to blast through everything in your way, but yeah, for anything that's actually story based, I think we've reached a point where it's been you gotta put a little more effort into it. Let's get that bread. It's something you can say legitimately in this chapter. Truffable bread is perhaps the worst form of bread, though. I don't know. What about bread that's been on the ground for extended periods of time? I might actually give this one to Saber. I guess unless he whiffs the 96, or one of them. Because he's technically our only tank for a bit. It's gonna be a few more battles before we even get Valbar. I guess Kamui kind of qualifies too, maybe? I'm not actually sure what his base defense is.
Seems Lady Luck's on my side this time.
Skill luck. Saber man.
A win's a win.
You suppose Wrestling Empire probably has bread that's sitting on the bathroom floor, so you amend your previous statement to account for this new recollection. Yes. Also, any food, really, in any of the games you've played where no one washes their hands. Because I imagine that stuff's gotta be pretty disgusting, too. Hey, cat. You might be catching me at the end of things. I went for a little longer, just because we spent a little bit too much time with the Say. So I wanted to get a little bit into the Celica stuff before we called it quits. So yeah, it's we got some shipping ahead of us. Both in terms of pirates and Valvora / Leon. Yeah, I have the Draco Shield. We decided to do it because I didn't do it last time. And it was something new to see. It wasn't terribly satisfying just because body double is kind of lame, but eh. I guess they had to give some kind of excuse why you're still fighting him later on in the campaign. Leon is one of your favorite characters in all of FE. He is a very colorful character, for sure. In general, all the groups kind of have good chemistry. Either female Morgan? What? What's going on with Morgan? She's one of your favorites? Ah, okay. Alright, though. I think I'm gonna call it quits here for the night. We made some pretty good progress, even accounting for spending an hour and a half fighting to say you'd waifu Anna so much if she came with a child. I mean, she comes with, or she gives you red-haired Morgan, right? That's kind of coming with a child. The existence of female Morgan suggests that male Robin is a possibility. An impossibility, clearly. But yeah, we're gonna be doing this for the foreseeable future. Still working on getting that replacement capture card. Brad has introduced me to a few more expensive toys, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna shell out for them. Still giving it some consideration. But I guess regardless, even if it came in tomorrow, we'd still be doing this because it would be silly to drop the run and to pick up Radiant Dawn there. We're clearly in the days of Future Past timeline where they were twins. Yes. Actually, Heroes has a storyline that kind of plays off that too, where they're both basically scheming together, which is a little bit of a treat. Wait, you've never actually played Valentia? You really should. The gameplay is a bit dated, so, try not to get too angry at the maps, but, presentation is just excellent. They really did a good job of touching up the story and making it much more flavorful and throwing in a ton of extra characterization. Yeah, art's pretty good, but like trust me that just the chemistry between all the groups of friends is also pretty amazing. Whoever did the dialogue needs a standing ovation for some of this stuff. Not full voice, but all the main story sequences are voiced. And a good portion of the random NPCs. Like, probably, I want to say a good 3/4. There's a few usually involved in quests who don't have voice lines for whatever reason, but for the most part, like, I'd say at least 80% of the game is voiced. Yeah, there's no lunatic. For whatever reason, they decided to end it at hard, which... Actually, I guess given that the mechanics are kind of jank, maybe it's better that they stopped at hard. Because, like, it does import a lot of guidance baggage. Basic birth rate was whatever. Yeah, I mean, birth rate is the beginner route, so... I think it's kind of good that they made the lunatic there a little bit easier. Because historically, the games have not been great at helping players reach the next difficulty tier. Start with Physic. Well, not quite Physic. It's a 2-range heal. It's like super wimpy Physic. Your big gripe with this is why only male villagers can keep going into the infinite promotion loop. Ah, I didn't realize that was actually a restriction. Also, hello, Gohan. Don't the Bleams heal as much the same as the heal saves? I think they heal a little bit less. Like, marginally less, to the point where you wouldn't notice. They only committed... Well... It's weird because they did retool some of the stuff though. Like they increased some of the growths, right? And then they added that DLC tier of classes for whatever reason too. I mean, I guess the reason is Thebes, but still. Yeah, and I don't know how much you need to really heal in birth rate anyway. Once you, like... Because the enemy curve moves so slowly that you will easily outstat it. As the obligatory intrigue in Shadows of Valentia, it's a little bit convoluted, but... It was it's a 90s NES story that got touched up, so I think it's forgivable that some of the plans between the characters behind the scenes are a little off-kilter. Especially since they really did spend a lot of effort touching up the characterization and whatnot for the presentation. Like, I'd almost say some of the dialogue here is either matches or exceeds 3Houses' stuff. Like some of 3Houses' best stuff on a lower budget. You'd like to see me play Lupia too. If I had a copy of it, I'd probably look at doing that at some point. It's a game I enjoyed greatly back in the day. But unfortunately, I only have a copy of the first Lupia. It's a gray area thing, I guess, but I'd like to actually have an actual copy of Lufia too. Particularly since I've enjoyed the game so much before. But yeah, it's probably really expensive. Carts are huge dollars. Nice. Okay, well. Is there anyone here to raid? Normally raid Crom, but he's doing triangle strategy and trying to not be spoiled on it, so it's unfortunately I might be staying away for a bit. I'd say 200? Oh, okay, I guess I'll never... I'm never getting a physical copy of that. I'm not willing to pay 100, never mind 200. Well, yeah, probably still not. Or probably wouldn't. I'm not that much of a collector. Yeah, we'll see down the line. Maybe I'll play the Game Boy remake instead. I'm sure those will be a little cheaper to get. You're in the middle of an Awakening level grind and you can't wait to get the difficult DLC maps. Are you talking about Future Past and Apotheosis? Those definitely... Those can definitely get pretty hectic. We still don't like Disgaea post-game. Oh boy. I haven't touched a Disgaea game since the second one, but that post-game made me never want to touch a Disgaea game again, so I haven't. Alright, well... Looks like things are kind of quiet tonight and we don't really have... any Fire Emblem targets, so... I'll just, call it here and maybe we'll have someone to raid on Friday or something. Anyhow, speaking of Friday, we'll be back for this, and then Sunday for more of this, and then Wednesday for even more of this. I'm not quite sure how fast we're gonna get through this, especially since the dungeons kind of drag things out, but we won't be doing Thebes again. So I imagine it won't be super long, so I'll have to get on the capture card thing. Anyhow, thanks for watching everyone. Hope to see you Friday, and have yourselves a good night.